Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, where What If whispers timeless tales into dreams. Breathe deeply, let your mind soften, and drift into tonight's gentle story. What if, in the misty depths of Victorian England's forgotten forests, where ancient oaks held secrets older than memory itself, two brilliant minds encountered mysteries that challenged everything they believed about the natural world? So dim the lights, find your most comfortable position, and let these whispered narratives carry you softly towards sleep. The autumn of 1891 settled over London like a velvet cloak, heavy with the promise of winter's approach. Gas lamps flickered through the evening fog, casting golden pools of light that seemed to float suspended in the thick grey air. The cobblestones gleamed wet beneath the gentle mist, reflecting the warm glow of windows where families gathered around hearth fires, their voices a distant murmur that blended with the soft clip-clop of horse hooves on stone. In the cosy confines of 221B Baker Street, the familiar crackle of burning coal filled the sitting room with comfortable warmth. The wallpaper, faded to a gentle cream with delicate floral patterns, seemed to breathe in the firelight, and the heavy velvet curtains hung like sentinels against the autumn chill. Dr. John Watson sat in his well-worn leather chair, the rich brown material smoothed by years of evening contemplation, reading the evening paper by the steady light of an oil lamp. The smell of pipe tobacco lingered in the air, sweet and woody, mingling with the faint aroma of Mrs. Hudson's evening tea service. Sherlock Holmes stood silhouetted against the tall window, his lean figure draped in his familiar dressing gown of deep burgundy silk. His angular profile was etched against the soft glow of the street lamps below, and his grey eyes, usually so sharp and calculating, held a distant quality as he watched the fog roll through the London streets like slow-moving water. His long fingers drummed a gentle rhythm against the windowsill, a habit Watson had come to associate with his friend's quieter moments of reflection. The detective had been unusually contemplative these past few days, turning down several cases that would normally have captured his interest. There was something in the air, Watson thought, something that seemed to call to Holmes like a distant melody just beyond the reach of hearing. The city felt different somehow, charged with an energy that made the very walls of their sitting room seem to pulse with anticipation. A soft knock at the door broke the evening's tranquil spell. Mrs. Hudson's gentle voice called up the stairs, carrying with it the warmth of familiarity and the promise of something new. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, there's a gentleman here to see you. Says it's rather urgent, though he seems quite the respectable sort." Holmes turned from the window, his grey eyes catching the firelight with renewed interest. There was something in his expression that Watson recognised, the subtle shift from contemplation to curiosity, like a cat who had heard the faintest rustle of movement in the walls. "Show him up, Mrs. Hudson, if you would be so kind." The footsteps on the stairs were measured and deliberate, the sound of expensive leather against worn wood. When the door opened, it revealed a man of perhaps 60 years, his silver hair carefully combed beneath a fine bowler hat, and his dark wool coat speaking of quality and careful attention to detail. His face was weathered by country air, with a kind of deep lines that came from years of squinting against wind and sun. But his blue eyes held a kindness that immediately put Watson at ease. "Gentlemen," the visitor said, his voice carrying the refined accent of the English countryside, "I am Lord Edmund Ashworth of Blackwood Manor. I come to you in a matter of some delicacy." Holmes gestured to the chair opposite Watson's, and Lord Ashworth settled himself with the careful movements of a man who had known better days. His hands, Watson noticed, showed the slight tremor of age and anxiety, and there was something in his manner that spoke of sleepless nights and worries that went beyond the ordinary concerns of estate management. "Please, Lord Ashworth," Holmes said, settling into his own chair with fluid grace. "Take your time, Watson. Perhaps some brandy for our guest." As Watson poured 3 glasses of amber liquid from the crystal decanter on the sideboard, Lord Ashworth seemed to gather his thoughts. The firelight played across his face, highlighting the deep concern etched in his features. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of genuine fear. It concerns my gamekeeper, Mr. Thomas Whitmore. A good man, Mr. Holmes, devoted to his work and respected by all who knew him. 3 days ago he was found dead in Blackwood Forest on the edge of my estate in Yorkshire. The local constabulary. He paused, taking a sip of the brandy as if to fortify himself. They say it was the work of a wild animal, but the circumstances, gentlemen, are most unusual. The word hung in the air like incense, thick with implication. Holmes leaned forward slightly, his fingertips pressed together in the gesture Watson knew preceded his friend's most intense concentration. Unusual in what way, Lord Ashworth? The wounds, Mr. Holmes. The body was... Lord Ashworth's voice faltered slightly. Forgive me, Doctor. Watson, for the indelicate nature of what I must describe. Thomas was found at the base of an ancient oak tree, one that has stood in that forest for perhaps 500 years. His body bore marks that the local physician insists could only have been made by some large predator, deep gashes across the chest and throat, bite marks that spoke of tremendous strength. Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the autumn evening. In his years as an army physician, he had seen wounds of every description. But there was something in Lord Ashworth's manner that suggested these injuries were beyond the realm of normal experience. But surely, Watson interjected gently, there are explanations. A wolf, perhaps, or even a large dog gone feral? Lord Ashworth shook his head slowly, his silver hair catching the firelight. That was my first thought, Doctor. But wolves have been extinct in England for over 2 centuries, and the marks, they were too large, too purposeful. The local physician, a man of science like yourself, was quite disturbed by what he observed. He spoke of claws that would dwarf those of any natural creature in these isles. Holmes was silent for a long moment, his grey eyes focused on the dancing flames in the fireplace. When he spoke, his voice carried that particular quality Watson recognised as his friend's analytical mind engaging fully with a puzzle. Tell me about the discovery of the body, Lord Ashworth. Who found him, and under what circumstances? A group of local villagers, searching when Thomas failed to return home for his evening meal. They found him just as the sun was setting, casting long shadows through the forest. But here, Mr. Holmes, is where the matter becomes truly strange. Lord Ashworth leaned forward, his voice dropping to almost a whisper. The tree beneath which Thomas was found. It bears claw marks, gouged deep into the ancient bark, stretching nearly 10 feet up the trunk, and around the body, in the soft earth, were prints. Animal tracks? Watson asked. At first glance, yes, but... Lord Ashworth's hands trembled slightly as he set down his brandy glass. They began as the paws of some great beast, but as they approached the tree, as they came near to where Thomas lay, they seemed to change, to become something else entirely. The fire crackled softly in the silence that followed, and outside the fog pressed against the windows like curious fingers. Holmes rose from his chair and moved to the mantelpiece, his tall frame elegant even in the simple motion. His reflection in the mirror above the fireplace showed a face alive with interest, the kind of expression that preceded his most memorable investigations. Lord Ashworth, Holmes said finally, turning back to face their visitor, you mentioned that the local authorities attribute this to a wild animal, yet you have travelled all the way to London to consult with me. What is it that you suspect, but dare not say? The older man's face grew pale in the firelight, and when he spoke his voice carried the weight of generations of country wisdom and superstition. The villagers, Mr. Holmes, they whisper of old legends, stories that have been passed down through centuries, tales of creatures that walk the boundary between man and beast. They say that Blackwood Forest has always been a place of unusual happenings, and now, with Thomas dead in such a manner, on the night of the new moon. You speak of werewolves, Holmes said, his tone matter-of-fact as if discussing the weather. Lord Ashworth nodded slowly. I am a man of education, Mr. Holmes. I studied at Cambridge. I have travelled the continent. I consider myself rational and modern in my thinking. But I have lived on that land for 60 years, and my family has held it for 3 centuries. There are things in those woods, ancient things, that do not yield easily to rational explanation. Watson felt the hair on the back of his neck rise slightly. In his medical training, he had been taught to approach all phenomena with scientific skepticism, but his years with Holmes had shown him that the world contained mysteries that defied conventional understanding. "What do you wish us to do, Lord Ashworth? Come to Yorkshire, gentlemen. Examine the scene for yourselves. If there is a rational explanation, I am certain that Mr. Holmes will discover it. And if—" he paused, meeting Holmes's steady gaze, "if there is something more than mere rationality at work, then perhaps your unique experience with the unusual and the inexplicable will shed light where conventional investigation has failed." Holmes was quiet for several moments, his grey eyes reflecting the firelight as he considered. Outside, the fog had thickened, muffling the sounds of the city until their sitting room felt like a ship adrift in a sea of grey silence. When he spoke, his voice carried the quiet authority that Watson had learned to trust completely. "We shall accompany you to Yorkshire, Lord Ashworth. I confess myself intrigued by your description of these transforming footprints. Such physical evidence, if it exists as you describe, would indeed be worthy of investigation. Watson, I trust you can arrange for our absence from London?" Watson nodded, already mentally preparing for another of their journeys into the unknown. "Of course, Holmes. When do we depart?" "Tomorrow morning, if that suits Lord Ashworth. I find that mysteries have a way of growing more complex with time, and this particular puzzle seems to demand immediate attention." Lord Ashworth's relief was palpable, his shoulders relaxing for the first time since he had entered their sitting room. "I cannot express my gratitude, gentlemen. I have taken the liberty of arranging accommodations at the local inn, and my carriage will be at your disposal for examining the scene." As their visitor prepared to take his leave, Holmes moved once again to the window, gazing out into the fog-shrouded street below. The gas lamps flickered like distant stars in the thick grey air, and somewhere in the distance a church bell tolled the hour with deep resonant tones that seemed to vibrate through the very walls of their building. "Watson," Holmes said quietly, after Lord Ashworth had departed with promises to meet them at King's Cross Station the following morning, "what do you make of our visitor's tale?" Watson joined his friend at the window, looking out into the mysterious London night. The fog swirled and eddied around the street lamps, creating patterns that seemed almost alive, almost purposeful. "It sounds like the stuff of Gothic novels, Holmes, but Lord Ashworth struck me as a sensible man, not given to flights of fancy." "Indeed, and therein lies the intrigue." Holmes turned from the window, his expression thoughtful. "In my experience, Watson, when rational men begin to speak of irrational things, it is often because they have encountered something that challenges the very foundations of their understanding. Tomorrow we shall see what secrets Blackwood Forest chooses to reveal." The night settled around them like a comfortable blanket, the fire burning low in the grate and the fog pressing gently against their windows. In the distance, the sounds of London continued their evening symphony, the clip-clop of late carriages, the distant call of a night watchman, the soft whisper of wind through the narrow streets. Neither man could have known, as they prepared for sleep that night, that their journey to Yorkshire would challenge not only their understanding of the natural world, but their very conception of the boundary between civilization and the wild, ancient forces that still move through the forgotten places of England. The morning of their departure dawned grey and soft, with the kind of gentle light that filtered through London's perpetual veil of mist and smoke. The streets were already alive with the early stirrings of commerce, milk carts rattling over cobblestones, chimney sweeps calling their services, and the distant whistle of the first trains of the day preparing for their journeys to the far reaches of the Empire. At King's Cross Station, the great iron and glass cathedral of Victorian engineering hummed with purposeful activity. Steam rose in great white plumes from the locomotives, mingling with the voices of travellers and the sharp blast of whistles that marked arrivals and departures. The smell of coal smoke and hot metal filled the air, overlaid with the more domestic scents of morning tea and fresh bread from the station vendors. Lord Ashworth was waiting for them near the platform for the Yorkshire Express, his tall frame recognisable even in the crowd. He had exchanged his fine London attire for the more practical clothing of a country gentleman, heavy wool coat, sturdy boots, and a travelling cap that spoke of many journeys through wind and weather. His face, in the grey morning light, showed the strain of the past few days, but his greeting was warm with genuine relief at their arrival. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, punctual as always. Our train departs in 10 minutes, and I've taken the liberty of securing a private compartment for our journey. The trip to Whitby takes approximately 4 hours, and from there it's a short carriage ride to Blackwood village." The compartment was furnished in the rich burgundy velvet and polished wood that marked the first-class accommodations of the railway. As the train pulled away from the platform with a great exhalation of steam and the rhythmic clatter of wheels on rails, London gradually gave way to the gentler landscapes of the English countryside. Fields rolled past the windows like a green tapestry, dotted with sheep and crossed by ancient stone walls that had marked boundaries for countless generations. Holmes settled into his seat by the window, his sharp eyes taking in every detail of the passing landscape. Watson noticed his friend's expression, alert but with an underlying tension that suggested his remarkable mind was already working on the puzzle that awaited them. Lord Ashworth sat opposite, occasionally glancing at his pocket watch with the unconscious gesture of a man anxious to reach his destination. "Tell me more about Thomas Whitmore," Holmes said as the countryside rolled past. "What manner of man was he?" Lord Ashworth's expression softened with genuine fondness. "A good man, Mr. Holmes. He had served my family for over 20 years, first as an under-gamekeeper, then as head-keeper when his predecessor retired. He knew every tree, every stream, every deer path in Blackwood Forest. The local wildlife seemed to trust him. I've seen him stand perfectly still as deer grazed within arm's reach, or watch badgers at their evening foraging without disturbing them." "A man comfortable in the natural world, then," Watson observed. "More than comfortable, Doctor. Thomas possessed what I can only describe as an almost supernatural understanding of the forest and its creatures. He could track a wounded deer through terrain that would confuse a London bobby, and he had an uncanny ability to predict the movements of game. The villagers often said he was more at home in the woods than in his own cottage." Holmes leaned forward slightly, his grey eyes focused with laser intensity. And yet this man, so attuned to his environment, was apparently taken by surprise by whatever killed him. That, Mr. Holmes, is perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the entire affair. Thomas was not a man to be caught off guard, particularly not in terrain he knew as well as his own garden. Whatever happened to him that night, it was something beyond his considerable experience. The train continued its journey through the Yorkshire Dales, the landscape growing wilder and more dramatic as they travelled north. Rolling hills gave way to higher peaks, and the fields became interspersed with patches of moorland where heather bloomed purple against the grey sky. Ancient stone circles dotted the hilltops like sleeping giants, and deep valleys carved by millennia of wind and rain created shadows that seemed to hold secrets from ages past. As they neared their destination, Lord Ashworth pointed out the window toward a dark smudge on the horizon. "There, gentlemen, Blackwood Forest." Even from this distance there was something imposing about the woodland. It spread across the landscape like a great green-black stain, its boundaries irregular and wild, unlike the neat managed forest that dotted much of the English countryside. Ancient oaks and towering pines created a canopy so dense that even in the bright afternoon light, the interior appeared shrouded in perpetual twilight. "How old is the forest?" Watson asked, studying the distant tree line with growing interest. "Parts of it date back to the last ice age, Dr. Watson. It's one of the few remaining fragments of the great wildwood that once covered most of Britain. My family has owned the surrounding lands for 3 centuries, but we have always left the forest itself largely untouched. There are paths through it, of course, maintained by generations of gamekeepers, but vast sections remain as wild as they were when the Romans first set foot on British soil." The train pulled into Whitby station with a great hiss of steam and the screech of brakes against iron wheels. The small Yorkshire town spread before them, its red-tiled roofs and narrow streets climbing up from the harbour, where fishing boats bobbed at anchor. the smell of salt air mixed with coal smoke and the distant aroma of fish and chips being prepared for the evening meal. Lord Ashworth's carriage was waiting at the station, a well-maintained vehicle drawn by 2 sturdy bay horses whose breath steamed in the cooling air. The coachman, a weathered man with the steady hands of long experience, touched his cap respectfully as they approached. "Afternoon, my lord. Weather's been fine for travelling, though there's talk of rain tonight." As they settled into the comfortable interior of the carriage, upholstered in dark leather that had been softened by years of use, Holmes turned to Lord Ashworth with a question that had clearly been forming during their journey. "You mentioned that Thomas was found on the night of the new moon. Is there significance to that timing in local folklore?" Lord Ashworth's expression grew troubled. "Indeed there is, Mr. Holmes. The old stories speak of certain transformations that occur during the dark of the moon, when the ancient powers are said to walk freely, unrestrained by the silver light that normally keeps them in check." The carriage rolled through the Yorkshire countryside toward Blackwood village, following roads that had been old when the Normans conquered England. Stone walls lined their path, built from the same grey limestone that formed the bones of the surrounding hills. Sheep grazed in fields that stretched to the horizon, their woolly forms creating a peaceful pastoral scene that seemed at odds with the dark tale that had brought them to this remote corner of England. As they travelled, the forest grew steadily larger and more imposing. What had appeared as a distant smudge from the train now revealed itself as a vast wilderness, its trees so tall and closely packed that the interior was lost in shadow even in the broad daylight. Ancient oaks spread their gnarled branches like the arms of sleeping giants, while towering pines stood sentinel along the forest's edge, their dark needles whispering secrets in the afternoon breeze. "There," Lord Ashworth said, pointing toward a cluster of stone cottages nestled in a valley between rolling hills, Blackwood village. The village was a perfect example of English rural architecture, its buildings constructed from the same grey limestone as the walls that divided the surrounding fields. Thatched roofs crowned cottages that seemed to have grown from the earth itself, and narrow windows glowed warmly in the fading afternoon light. A small church stood at the village's heart, its Norman tower speaking of nearly 1,000 years of continuous worship, while a stream meandered through the settlement, its waters clear and musical over rounded stones. But even in this picturesque setting, Watson could sense an undercurrent of tension. The few villagers they encountered on the street seemed subdued, their greetings to Lord Ashworth respectful but tinged with anxiety. Children who would normally have run alongside the carriage with shouts of excitement remained close to their mothers, and more than one person made the ancient sign against evil as they passed. The local inn, the Blackwood Arms, was a sturdy building of honey-coloured stone with diamond-paned windows that glowed invitingly in the gathering dusk. The innkeeper, a round-faced woman with flower-dusted hands and kind eyes, greeted them warmly despite the obvious concern that shadowed her features. "Lord Ashworth, gentlemen, welcome to Blackwood. I've prepared your finest rooms, though I must warn you." She paused, glancing nervously toward the windows that faced the forest. "There's been strange sounds these past nights coming from the woods. Howling that doesn't sound quite like any animal we know." Holmes's grey eyes sharpened with interest. "What sort of howling, Mrs.?" "Hartwell, sir. Margaret Hartwell. And the howling, well, it starts like a wolf, deep and mournful, but then it changes, becomes something else entirely. Something that makes your blood run cold and sends the village dogs whimpering under their owners' beds." As they settled into the inn's comfortable common room, warmed by a massive stone fireplace where logs burned with cheerful crackling sounds, other villagers began to gather. Word of Holmes's arrival had spread quickly through the small community, and soon a small crowd of local men and women had assembled, their faces reflecting a mixture of hope and apprehension. Among them was Dr. Marcus Thornfield, the local physician who had examined Thomas Whitmore's body. He was a man of perhaps 50 years, with the kind of intelligent, weathered face that spoke of a lifetime spent tending to the medical needs of a rural community. His handshake was firm, his manner professional, but Watson could see the deep concern that lurked behind his steady gaze. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I cannot tell you how relieved I am that Lord Ashworth has called upon your expertise. What I observed when examining poor Thomas, it challenges everything I thought I knew about medicine and the natural world." Holmes leaned forward in his chair, the firelight playing across his sharp features. "Doctor Thornfield, I would value your professional assessment of the wounds. You mentioned they appeared to be made by some large predator." Dr. Thornfield nodded gravely. "The lacerations were unlike anything in my experience, Mr. Holmes. Deep parallel cuts across the chest and throat, made by what could only have been claws of extraordinary size and sharpness. But the pattern, it wasn't random, wasn't the frenzied attack of a wild animal protecting territory or seeking food. There was an almost purposeful quality to the injuries." "Purposeful?" Watson interjected, his medical training engaged. "In what way?" "The wounds were placed with surgical precision, Doctor. Watson, designed to incapacitate quickly and efficiently. And the bite marks?" Dr. Thornfield's voice dropped to almost a whisper. "The jaw structure suggested by those injuries would require a creature far larger than any predator native to these isles." An elderly man near the back of the group spoke up, his voice carrying the authority of age and local knowledge. "Begging your pardon, gentlemen, but there's more to tell. I'm Samuel Fletcher. I've been living in these parts for 70 years, and I've known Thomas Whitmore since he was a lad." Holmes gestured for the old man to continue, and Samuel Fletcher stepped forward into the firelight. His face was deeply lined by weather and years, his white hair thin but his pale blue eyes bright with intelligence and memory. "Thomas came to me 3 days before he died, troubled about something he'd seen in the forest. Said he'd been tracking a poacher. We've had problems with men coming down from the cities, thinking they can take what they please from Lord Ashworth's lands. But when Thomas followed the signs deeper into Blackwood, he found something that shook him to his core." "What did he find?" Holmes asked quietly. "Prints, sir. Animal prints, but like nothing he'd ever seen. Started as wolf tracks, clear as day in the soft earth by Thornfield Beck. But as he followed them, they began to change. The paw prints became something else, something that walked sometimes on 4 legs, sometimes on 2. A murmur ran through the assembled villagers, and more than one person made the ancient sign against evil. Mrs. Hartwell moved closer to the fire, as if seeking protection in its warm light. "Thomas was a practical man," Samuel continued, "not given to flights of fancy. But when he came to me that day, he was pale as winter moonlight, and shaking like a leaf in autumn wind. He said the tracks led to a clearing deep in the forest, a place where the old stones stand." "Old stones?" Watson inquired. Lord Ashworth answered, his voice heavy with centuries of local history. "There's a stone circle in the heart of Blackwood Forest, Dr. Watson. Pre-Roman, possibly dating back 3,000 years or more. My family has always left it undisturbed, partly out of respect for its historical significance, and partly because—" He paused, glancing around at the assembled villagers. "Because the local traditions suggest it's better left alone." Holmes rose from his chair and moved to the window that faced toward the forest. In the gathering dusk, the tree line appeared as a dark wall against the deepening sky, impenetrable and somehow alive with ancient secrets. "I should like to examine the scene where Thomas was found, and I believe a visit to this stone circle would also prove illuminating." "Tomorrow morning, then," Lord Ashworth agreed, "though I must advise caution. The forest paths can be treacherous, and after what happened to Thomas—" "We shall be careful," Holmes assured him. "But if we are to solve this mystery, we must see the evidence for ourselves." As the evening progressed, and the villagers gradually made their way home to the safety of their cottages, Holmes, Watson, and Lord Ashworth remained by the fire, discussing the case in greater detail. Outside, the wind had picked up, rattling the diamond-paned windows and sending leaves skittering across the cobblestones of the village street. Dr. Thornfield lingered as well, clearly eager to share more of his observations with fellow men of science. "There's something else, gentlemen, something I hesitated to mention in front of the villagers. When I examined Thomas's body, I found traces of an unusual substance beneath his fingernails." Holmes's attention sharpened immediately. "What sort of substance? Hair, Mr. Holmes?" or rather fur, but unlike any I've encountered in my years of treating injuries caused by domestic animals, or the occasional fox or badger, this was coarser, darker, and... He paused, clearly struggling to find the right words. It seemed to shimmer in a certain light, almost as if it possessed some quality that defied normal description. Watson leaned forward, his medical curiosity fully engaged. "Do you still have samples of this fur?" "Indeed I do, Doctor." "Watson, I preserved several specimens, thinking they might prove significant. They're in my surgery, properly stored and labelled. I would be happy to show them to you in the morning." As the night deepened and the inn's common room grew quiet except for the gentle crackling of the fire, Holmes stood once again at the window. The forest loomed in the darkness like a sleeping giant, its depths hidden beneath a canopy of leaves that whispered ancient secrets in the night wind. "Watson," he said quietly, "tomorrow we venture into the heart of one of England's oldest mysteries. I confess myself intrigued by the convergence of folklore and physical evidence that awaits us in those woods." Watson joined his friend at the window, gazing out into the mysterious Yorkshire night. Somewhere in the distance, carried on the wind, came a sound that made them both pause, a long, mournful howl that seemed to echo from the very depths of the forest. It began as the call of a wolf, but as it continued, it changed, becoming something else entirely, something that spoke of ancient hungers and primal fears that civilization had never quite managed to suppress. "Holmes," Watson said quietly, "what if Lord Ashworth's suspicions prove correct? What if we're dealing with something that lies beyond the realm of conventional investigation?" Holmes was silent for a long moment, his grey eyes reflecting the firelight as he considered his friend's question. When he spoke, his voice carried the quiet confidence that Watson had learned to trust implicitly, even in the face of the impossible. "Then, my dear Watson, we shall apply the same methods that have served us well in our previous encounters with the extraordinary. We shall observe, we shall deduce, and we shall discover the truth, whatever form it may take. For in my experience, even the most supernatural of mysteries ultimately yields to careful investigation and logical analysis." The howl came again, closer this time and filled with such longing and wildness that it seemed to penetrate the very stones of the ancient inn. Somewhere in the distance a dog began to whine, and the sound of shutters being hastily closed echoed through the village streets. Neither man spoke as they prepared for sleep, but both understood that their investigation would take them into territories that challenged not only their understanding of the natural world, but their very conception of what was possible in this rational age of steam and scientific progress. The morning dawned grey and misty, with tendrils of fog rising from the stream that wound through Blackwood village like ghostly fingers reaching toward the sky. The air held the crisp bite of autumn, and the scent of wood smoke from cottage chimneys mingled with the earthier smells of damp leaves and rich Yorkshire soil. Holmes was already dressed and examining a detailed map of the local area when Watson descended to the inn's common room. Mrs. Hartwell had prepared a hearty breakfast of eggs, bacon and fresh bread, but Watson noticed that even she seemed subdued, glancing frequently toward the windows that faced the forest. "Sleep well?" Holmes inquired, though his friend's somewhat haggard appearance suggested otherwise. "That howling continued intermittently through the night," Watson admitted, settling into his chair with a grateful nod to Mrs. Hartwell as she poured his tea. "Most unsettling. I found myself wondering what manner of creature could produce such sounds." Lord Ashworth joined them shortly after, looking as though he too had spent a restless night. His usually immaculate appearance showed signs of fatigue, and there was a tension in his manner that spoke of deep concern for what they might discover in the forest. "Gentlemen," he said, accepting a cup of tea with hands that trembled slightly, "I've been thinking about our expedition today. Perhaps it would be wise to arm ourselves. I have a rifle at the manor, and there are other weapons available if you feel they might prove necessary." Holmes considered this suggestion while studying his map. "I think not, Lord Ashworth. In my experience, weapons often create more problems than they solve, particularly when dealing with unknown situations. We shall rely on observation and wit rather than firepower." Dr. Thornfield arrived as they were finishing their breakfast, carrying a small leather satchel that contained the specimens he'd collected from Thomas Whitmore's body. His manner was professional, but clearly apprehensive as he set the case on the table and opened it with deliberate care. "The hair samples I mentioned, gentlemen, I've preserved them as carefully as possible, though I confess I'm uncertain of their significance." Holmes examined the specimens with intense concentration, using a small magnifying glass to study the individual strands. Watson watched his friend's expression shift from curiosity to genuine puzzlement, and finally to something that might have been concerning. "Remarkable," Holmes murmured. "Dr. Thornfield, you were correct in your assessment that this is unlike any domestic animal fur. The structure is unusual. Watson, what do you make of this?" Watson bent over the specimens, applying his own medical knowledge to their examination. The fur was indeed extraordinary. Coarser than that of any dog or cat, darker than that of the local wildlife, and possessed of an almost metallic sheen that seemed to shift and change as he moved it in the light. "I've never seen anything quite like it," Watson admitted. "The individual hairs are remarkably thick and strong, and this unusual coloration. It almost seems to contain multiple pigments that interact with light in unexpected ways." "Most interesting," Holmes said, carefully replacing the specimens in their container. "Dr. Thornfield, I wonder if you might accompany us to the site where Thomas was found. Your medical expertise could prove invaluable in interpreting what we discover." The physician nodded gravely. "Of course, Mr. Holmes. I confess I'm as eager as you to understand what really happened in those woods." The party that set out from Blackwood village consisted of Holmes, Watson, Lord Ashworth, and Dr. Thornfield, accompanied by Samuel Fletcher, who had volunteered to serve as their guide through the forest paths. The old man carried a walking stick cut from blackthorn wood, worn smooth by years of use, and his knowledge of the local terrain was evident in the confident way he led them toward the forest's edge. The morning mist still clung to the ground as they reached the tree line, creating an ethereal atmosphere that made the forest seem more like something from a dream than a real place. Ancient oaks towered above them, their gnarled branches forming a canopy so dense that the sunlight filtered through in scattered golden beams that illuminated patches of the forest floor like natural spotlights. The smell of the woodland was rich and complex: damp earth, decaying leaves, the green scent of growing things, and underneath it all, something wilder and more primal that spoke of untamed nature and ancient secrets. Birds called from the canopy above, their voices creating a natural symphony that seemed both beautiful and somehow ominous in the hushed atmosphere of the deep woods. Samuel Fletcher paused at a fork in the path, pointing with his blackthorn stick toward a narrower trail that wound deeper into the forest's heart. "This way, gentlemen. The old oak where Thomas was found lies perhaps half a mile along this path." As they walked deeper into Blackwood Forest, Watson became increasingly aware of the profound silence that surrounded them. It wasn't the absence of sound, but rather the presence of sounds that seemed to belong to a different world entirely. The whisper of wind through leaves that had witnessed centuries of seasons, the distant crack of a branch settling under its own ancient weight, the soft rustle of small creatures moving through the undergrowth with the careful stealth of prey animals in territory that belonged to predators. The path they followed was clearly old, worn smooth by generations of feet, human and animal alike. Moss grew thick on the north sides of the great oaks, and ferns unfurled in the filtered sunlight like green scrolls containing the forest's deepest secrets. Overhead, the canopy was so dense that even at midday they moved through a twilight world of green shadow and golden highlights. "Here," Samuel Fletcher said quietly, his voice unconsciously dropping to match the hushed reverence of the ancient woodland. "Just ahead, around that bend." They emerged into a small clearing where a massive oak tree dominated the space, its trunk so enormous that it would have taken 6 men holding hands to encircle it. The tree was clearly ancient beyond measure, its bark deeply furrowed with age, its lower branches thick as other trees' trunks. Spanish moss hung from its limbs like tattered curtains, and the air around it seemed to hum with the accumulated wisdom of centuries. But it was the base of the tree that drew their immediate attention. The earth around the great oak's roots was disturbed, marked by obvious signs of violence and struggle. Deep gouges scarred the ancient bark, extending nearly 10 feet up the massive trunk, and the ground bore the clear impression of some terrible conflict. Holmes approached the scene with his characteristic methodical precision, his keen eyes taking in every detail. He knelt beside the disturbed earth, examining the soil with the intensity of a scholar studying ancient manuscripts. Watson watched his friend's face, noting the subtle shifts in expression that indicated Holmes's remarkable mind was processing and cataloguing every observation. "Dr. Thornfield," Holmes said without looking up from his examination, "show me exactly where Thomas's body was positioned when it was discovered." The physician moved to a spot at the base of the great oak, his manner respectful and careful. "He was lying here, Mr. Holmes, on his back, arms spread wide. The wounds I described were clearly visible, and there were signs that he had fought desperately before succumbing to his injuries." Holmes nodded, then began a systematic examination of the clearing. He moved in an expanding spiral from the place where the body had lain, his sharp eyes missing nothing. Watson had seen his friend employ this technique many times before, but never in surroundings quite so atmospheric. The ancient forest seemed to watch their investigation with the patient attention of something far older and wiser than human civilization. "Watson!" Holmes called, his voice carrying a note of discovery. "Come and observe these markings on the earth." Watson joined his friend beside a patch of soft soil near the oak's massive roots. There, preserved in the damp earth, were the prints that had so disturbed Thomas Whitmore in his final days. They were extraordinary, beginning as clear paw prints of some large canine, but as Watson's eyes followed their progression toward the base of the tree, they underwent a gradual but unmistakable transformation. The paw pads became longer, more defined. The claw marks evolved from the sharp points of an animal's nails to something broader, more purposeful. And most disturbing of all, the prints seemed to shift from the 4-footed gait of a quadruped to what could only be described as the stride of something that walked upright, like a man. "Remarkable," Watson breathed, his medical training warring with the evidence before his eyes. "Holmes, how is such a transformation possible?" Holmes was silent for several moments, his grey eyes fixed on the strange progression of prints. When he spoke, his voice carried the careful tone he used when confronting evidence that challenged his understanding of the natural world. "In my experience, Watson, when we encounter the seemingly impossible, it is usually because we lack sufficient information to understand what we are truly observing. These prints are indeed extraordinary, but they are also physical evidence. They exist. Therefore there must be an explanation, however unusual it might prove to be." Lord Ashworth approached the area where they knelt, his face pale with the strain of confronting the reality of what had occurred on his lands. "Mr. Holmes, do you believe it possible that we are dealing with some sort of creature that can alter its physical form?" Holmes rose from his examination of the prints, brushing dirt from his hands with deliberate movements that suggested his mind was working furiously to process what they had discovered. "Lord Ashworth, I have learned in my years of investigation that the world contains phenomena that our current understanding of science cannot fully explain. Whether we're dealing with an unknown species, some form of disease that affects physical development in unprecedented ways, or—" he paused, his grey eyes reflecting the filtered sunlight, "or something that challenges our fundamental assumptions about the nature of reality itself." Samuel Fletcher had been standing at the edge of the clearing, clearly uncomfortable with their proximity to the scene of such violence. Now he spoke up, his voice carrying the authority of the local knowledge passed down through generations. "Begging your pardon, Mr. Holmes, but there's something else you should see. The old stone circle I mentioned lies not far from here, perhaps a quarter-mile deeper into the forest. Thomas's tracks, on that last day, led in that direction." Holmes's interest sharpened immediately. "Then we must examine this stone circle. Lead on, Mr. Fletcher." The path to the ancient monument was even narrower and more overgrown than the one they had followed to the great oak. Here, the forest seemed older still, untouched by human intervention for countless centuries. The trees grew so closely together that their branches intertwined overhead, creating a natural cathedral of green shadow and whispered secrets. As they walked, Watson became increasingly aware of a change in the atmosphere around them. The air seemed thicker somehow, charged with an energy that made the hair on his arms stand on end. There was a quality to the silence that felt expectant, as if the forest itself was holding its breath in anticipation of their arrival at their destination. The stone circle, when they finally reached it, was unlike anything Watson had seen in his travels. 9 massive standing stones, each nearly twice the height of a man, formed a perfect circle in a clearing that seemed to exist outside of normal time. The stones themselves were covered in elaborate carvings, spirals, interlocking circles, and symbols that predated any written language Watson recognised. But it was the centre of the circle that drew their immediate attention. The earth there was disturbed, marked by the same strange tracks they had observed at the oak tree. But here, the transformation was even more pronounced. The prints began at the edge of the circle as clearly defined animal tracks, but as they approached the centre, they became something else entirely. The footprints of something that walked upright but retained characteristics that were decidedly non-human. Holmes moved to the centre of the stone circle, his keen eyes taking in every detail of the disturbed earth. The ancient monoliths towered around him, their carved surfaces seeming to shift and move in the filtered forest light. When he knelt to examine the tracks more closely, Watson noticed that his friend's hands were trembling slightly, a sign of excitement or concern that was most unlike Holmes's usual composure. "The tracks end here," Holmes said quietly, his voice carrying an undertone of wonder that Watson had rarely heard before. They approached the centre of the circle from the forest, undergo their remarkable transformation, and then simply vanish. Dr. Thornfield approached cautiously, his medical training clearly at war with what his eyes were showing him. "Mr. Holmes, is it possible that we're dealing with some form of elaborate hoax? Perhaps someone with knowledge of local folklore decided to create these tracks to lend credence to the old stories." Holmes considered this suggestion carefully, his grey eyes moving from the tracks to the ancient stones that surrounded them. An elaborate hoax would require extensive preparation and considerable knowledge of tracking and forensic evidence. The person creating such deception would need to understand not only how to create convincing animal tracks, but also how to simulate the gradual transformation we observe. Moreover, such a hoax would not account for the very real death of Thomas Whitmore or the unusual physical evidence found on his body. Lord Ashworth had moved to one of the standing stones, running his hands over the ancient carvings with something approaching reverence. "These stones have stood here for 3,000 years or more, gentlemen. The symbols carved into them predate Christianity, predate the Roman occupation, predate even the Celtic traditions that most people associate with ancient Britain." "What do the symbols represent?" Watson asked, studying the intricate patterns that covered the nearest monolith. "No one knows for certain, Doctor." "Watson, some scholars believe they represent astronomical observations, others think they might be primitive maps or religious symbols. But the local traditions..." Lord Ashworth's voice grew quiet. "The local traditions speak of them as markers, boundary stones that separate our world from something older and wilder." Samuel Fletcher had remained at the edge of the stone circle, clearly reluctant to enter the space between the ancient monoliths. Now he spoke up, his voice carrying the weight of generations of folk wisdom. "My grandmother used to say that this place was a doorway, Mr. Holmes, a place where the old powers could cross from their world into ours, especially during certain times of the lunar cycle. She warned me never to come here alone, and never during the dark of the moon." Holmes had been examining the carvings on one of the stones with intense concentration, using his magnifying glass to study the intricate patterns. Suddenly he straightened, his expression showing the kind of excitement that preceded his most significant discoveries. "Watson, look at this carving. Do you see anything familiar in the pattern?" Watson joined his friend at the stone, studying the spiral design that Holmes had been examining. At first, it appeared to be merely another example of ancient Celtic artistry, but as he looked more closely, following the interwoven lines with his eyes, he began to see something else, a pattern that resembled the transformation they had observed in the mysterious tracks. "It's a representation of change," Watson said slowly, understanding dawning in his voice. "A visual depiction of one form becoming another." "Precisely. And look here, at the base of the stone." Holmes pointed to a series of smaller carvings near the ground level. These were different from the larger spirals above, more primitive, more direct in their imagery. They showed clearly recognizable figures: a wolf, a man, and something that seemed to be a combination of both. Dr. Thornfield approached to examine the carvings, his scientific skepticism warring with the evidence before his eyes. These symbols suggest that the people who created this monument were familiar with the concept of transformation, the idea that a creature could shift between animal and human form. "More than familiar," Holmes said quietly. "These carvings suggest they had direct experience with such phenomena. This stone circle wasn't simply a place of worship or astronomical observation. It was designed to contain, or perhaps to facilitate, encounters with forces that exist beyond our normal understanding of the natural world." As if summoned by Holmes's words, a sound echoed through the forest, a low, mournful howl that seemed to emanate from the very earth beneath their feet. It began as the call of a wolf, but as it continued, it underwent the same unsettling transformation they had observed in the tracks. The sound became deeper, more complex, filled with an intelligence and longing that no ordinary animal could express. The howl was answered by another, and then another, until the ancient forest rang with a chorus of voices that spoke of hunger and wildness and needs that civilization had forgotten. The sound seemed to resonate with the standing stones themselves, creating harmonics that made the carved symbols appear to writhe and shift in the filtered sunlight. Samuel Fletcher backed away from the stone circle, his face pale with ancestral fear. "We should leave, gentlemen. The sun is beginning to set, and these woods are no place for mortal men after dark." But Holmes seemed transfixed by the sounds echoing through the forest. He stood in the centre of the stone circle, his tall figure dwarfed by the ancient monoliths, his grey eyes bright with the excitement of discovery. "Watson, do you hear the pattern in these calls? They are not random animal sounds. There is communication taking place, a form of language that predates human speech." The howling continued for several minutes, creating a symphony of wildness that seemed to awaken something primal in the forest itself. The wind picked up, setting the leaves to rustling with urgent whispers, and somewhere in the distance they could hear the sound of large forms moving through the undergrowth with purposeful stealth. "Holmes," Watson said urgently, "I believe Mr. Fletcher is correct. We should return to the village before full darkness falls." Holmes nodded reluctantly, clearly fascinated by what they had experienced but recognizing the wisdom of caution. As they prepared to leave the stone circle, he paused for one final examination of the mysterious tracks that vanished at the monument's centre. "Tomorrow," he said quietly, "we shall return with better equipment and more time to study these phenomena. But tonight we have much to discuss and many theories to consider." The journey back through Blackwood Forest took on an entirely different character as the afternoon shadows lengthened and the ancient trees began to merge into a wall of darkness. The sounds they had heard at the stone circle continued intermittently, always seeming to come from just beyond the edge of sight, and more than once Watson thought he glimpsed movement in the deep shadows between the great oaks. Samuel Fletcher led them along the forest paths with the urgency of a man who understood the dangers that emerged with the coming of night. His blackthorn walking stick tapped a steady rhythm against the earth, and his pale blue eyes constantly scanned the surrounding woodland for signs of movement. As they neared the forest edge and the comforting sight of Blackwood village in the valley below, Holmes turned for one final look back at the ancient woodland. The canopy was lost in shadow now, and the depths of the forest appeared as impenetrable as the darkness between stars. "Watson," he said quietly, "I believe we are dealing with something far more complex than a simple case of an animal attack. The evidence we have observed today suggests phenomena that challenge our understanding of the natural world, but phenomena that are nonetheless real and measurable." Watson nodded, his own mind struggling to process what they had witnessed. The tracks, the stone circle, the haunting calls echoing through the forest. All of it pointed towards something that existed at the very edge of scientific understanding. As they reached the safety of the Blackwood Arms, with its warm lights and familiar smells of cooking food and coal fires, Watson found himself grateful for the solid, rational comfort of human civilization. But he knew that tomorrow would bring them back into the mysteries of the ancient forest, and closer to truths that might challenge everything they thought they knew about the world and their place in it. The evening meal at the inn was a subdued affair, with the 4 investigators sharing their observations in quiet voices, while the other patrons cast curious and concerned glances in their direction. Mrs. Hartwell served them a hearty stew of local lamb and vegetables, with fresh bread still warm from the oven. But Watson noticed that even the familiar comfort of good food could not entirely dispel the atmosphere of unease that had settled over their party. Dr. Thornfield had brought his medical bag with him to dinner, and now he produced a small notebook filled with careful sketches and observations. "I've been documenting everything we've seen today, gentlemen. The tracks, the stone carvings, even my attempts to measure the claw marks on that ancient oak. If we are to understand what we're dealing with, we need to approach it with the same scientific rigour we would apply to any other investigation." Holmes studied the physician's sketches with approval, his sharp eyes taking in every detail of the careful documentation. "Excellent work, Doctor. Thornfield. Science has always been humanity's most reliable tool for understanding the unknown, regardless of how strange or unprecedented that unknown might be." Lord Ashworth, who had been unusually quiet during the meal, finally spoke up. His voice carried the weight of generations of responsibility for the land and people under his care. "Mr. Holmes, based on what we've observed today, what is your assessment of the danger to the local population? Should I be advising the villagers to take special precautions?" Holmes was silent for several moments, his grey eyes reflecting the firelight as he considered the question. When he spoke, his voice carried the careful precision that Watson had learned to associate with his friend's most serious pronouncements. "Lord Ashworth, I believe that whatever killed Thomas Whitmore represents a genuine threat, but one that follows patterns we can potentially understand and predict. The evidence suggests that these events are connected to specific locations and perhaps specific times. The stone circle clearly plays a significant role, as does the lunar cycle mentioned in local folklore. So you believe the villagers are relatively safe as long as they avoid the forest during certain periods?" Dr. Thornfield asked. "I believe the situation is more complex than that," Holmes replied. "The tracks we observed suggest a creature capable of remarkable adaptation and intelligence. Such a being would not necessarily confine itself to predictable patterns if it chose to expand its territory or alter its behaviour." Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the autumn evening. "Holmes, are you suggesting that we may be dealing with something that can learn, that can change its methods based on circumstances?" "The evidence strongly suggests intelligence, Watson. The purposeful nature of Thomas's wounds, the deliberate transformation we observed in the tracks, the apparent communication we heard in those haunting calls, all of it points to consciousness and intent rather than mere animal instinct." Samuel Fletcher, who had been listening to their conversation with growing alarm, now spoke up from his position near the fire. "If you gentlemen are correct, then we're dealing with something far more dangerous than the old stories ever suggested. A creature with the cunning of a man and the physical capabilities of a great predator." "Indeed," Holmes said quietly, "which is why we must approach tomorrow's investigation with extreme caution and thorough preparation." As the evening progressed and the other patrons of the inn gradually made their way home to their cottages, Holmes outlined his plans for the following day. They would return to the forest better equipped, with cameras to document the physical evidence, measuring instruments to record the dimensions of the tracks and claw marks, and materials for taking plaster casts of the most significant prints. "I also believe we should attempt to observe the stone circle during the hours of darkness," Holmes said, his voice carrying the excitement of a true investigator confronting an unprecedented challenge. "If the local folklore has any basis in fact, then the most significant activity may occur after sunset, particularly as we approach the next new moon." Watson felt his stomach tighten at the prospect of spending a night in the ancient forest, surrounded by whatever forces had claimed Thomas Whitmore's life. but he had accompanied Holmes into danger too many times to hesitate now, regardless of how unusual the nature of that danger might prove to be. Dr. Thornfield volunteered to join their nighttime vigil, arguing that his medical training might prove valuable if they encountered whatever was responsible for the gamekeeper's death. Lord Ashworth also insisted on participating, despite Holmes's gentle suggestion that the older man might prefer to remain in the safety of the village. "These are my lands, Mr. Holmes, and Thomas Whitmore died in my service. I have a responsibility to see this matter through to its conclusion, whatever that conclusion might be." As they prepared for sleep, the conversation turned to the practical challenges they would face in documenting and understanding phenomena that seemed to exist at the very edge of scientific knowledge. Watson found himself wondering whether their conventional methods of investigation would prove adequate to the task before them. "Holmes," he said as they climbed the narrow stairs to their rooms, "what if we discover that the local folklore is essentially accurate? What if we are indeed dealing with creatures that can transform from animal to human form?" Holmes paused at his door, his hand on the brass doorknob that had been polished smooth by generations of travellers. In the dim light of the corridor, his sharp features appeared more angular than usual, and his grey eyes held depths that seemed to reflect mysteries Watson had never imagined. "Then, my dear Watson, we shall document that reality as carefully and scientifically as we have documented every other unusual phenomenon we have encountered in our years together. The truth, whatever form it takes, deserves our most rigorous attention and respect." The night passed restlessly for all the investigators, with the haunting calls from the forest continuing intermittently until nearly dawn. Watson found himself lying awake for long hours, listening to the wild symphony that echoed through the darkness, and wondering what morning would reveal about the ancient secrets hidden in the depths of Blackwood Forest. When dawn finally broke grey and misty over the Yorkshire countryside, it found the four men already dressed and preparing for another day of investigation. Mrs. Hartwell had prepared a substantial breakfast, but Watson noticed that their appetites were subdued, as if the weight of what they might discover had settled upon them all like a heavy blanket. The morning light revealed new details about their surroundings that had been hidden in the previous day's shadows. The village of Blackwood seemed smaller somehow, dwarfed by the vast presence of the ancient forest that loomed over it like a green-black wall. The cottages, with their thatched roofs and diamond-paned windows, appeared fragile and temporary in comparison to the timeless presence of the woodland. Holmes had spent part of the early morning hours studying local maps and historical documents that Lord Ashworth had brought from his manor house library. Now he spread these materials across the inn's common room table, pointing out details that supported his growing theories about the case. "Look here," he said, indicating a map that dated back over 2 centuries. "The boundaries of Blackwood Forest have remained essentially unchanged for hundreds of years. But notice these notations along the edges, references to forbidden areas and places of ancient power. Your family has known about the unusual nature of this woodland for generations, Lord Ashworth." Lord Ashworth nodded gravely, his weathered face showing the strain of confronting family secrets he had hoped never to acknowledge. "My ancestors left extensive records, Mr. Holmes, though they were careful to couch their observations in language that would not invite scepticism from outsiders. They speak of guardians of the old ways and creatures that bridge the worlds of man and beast." Dr. Thornfield looked up from his own preparations, which included a comprehensive medical kit and several bottles for collecting specimens. "Are you suggesting that previous generations of Lord Ashworth's family had direct experience with whatever we encountered yesterday?" "The historical records strongly suggest regular contact," Holmes replied, "but they also indicate that some form of accommodation or understanding was reached. The deaths, when they occurred, seem to have been connected to violations of specific boundaries or protocols." Watson felt a growing sense of unease at the implications of Holmes's research. "Holmes, are you saying that Thomas Whitmore's death might have been the result of crossing some invisible line, breaking some ancient agreement?" "It's possible, Watson. The gamekeeper was an experienced woodsman who knew the forest intimately. Seems unlikely that he would have stumbled accidentally into danger. More probably he discovered something that required investigation, something that led him to venture into areas or situations that had been forbidden for good reason. Samuel Fletcher, who had been listening to their conversation while nervously fingering his blackthorn walking stick, now spoke up with obvious reluctance. "There's something I didn't mention yesterday, gentlemen. Something Thomas told me during that last conversation, when he came to me so troubled about what he'd seen in the forest." Holmes's attention focused on the old man with laser intensity. "What did he tell you, Mr. Fletcher?" "He said he'd found evidence of poaching, as I mentioned. But it wasn't ordinary poaching. Someone had been taking deer, but leaving behind only certain parts, the hearts, the livers, specific organs that have significance in the old rituals. Thomas thought it might be connected to some sort of cult or secret society, people from outside the area who had learned about the ancient traditions." The implications of this revelation sent a chill through the room. If human agents were involved in the events at Blackwood Forest, then the situation was even more complex and dangerous than they had realised. "Did Thomas identify any suspects?" Dr. Thornfield asked. "Any strangers in the area, or locals who might have been behaving unusually?" Samuel Fletcher shook his head slowly. He was still investigating when whatever happened to him took place, but he did mention seeing lights in the forest on several recent nights, moving through the trees in patterns that didn't seem natural or random. Holmes rose from the table and moved to the window that faced toward the forest. The morning mist was beginning to lift, revealing the ancient woodland in all its mysterious grandeur. The great trees stood like sentinels against the grey sky, their branches intertwined in patterns that seemed to form symbols and messages readable only by those who understood the forest's ancient language. "We are dealing with a convergence of factors," Holmes said quietly, his voice carrying the tone Watson recognised as his friend's deductive reasoning process at work. "Ancient sites of power, creatures that may exist at the boundary between myth and reality, and human interference that may have disrupted long-standing balances or agreements. The result is a situation that threatens not only individual lives, but the stability of forces that have been contained for centuries." Lord Ashworth joined Holmes at the window, his own gaze fixed on the forest that had been both the pride and the burden of his family for generations. "What do you propose, Mr. Holmes? How do we investigate something that exists partly in our world and partly in realms we don't fully understand?" "We proceed with scientific rigour, but we also respect the possibility that science as we currently understand it may prove inadequate to the task. We document everything, we test every hypothesis, and we remain open to evidence that challenges our preconceptions about the nature of reality." The party that set out from Blackwood Village for their second day of investigation was considerably better equipped than they had been the previous morning. In addition to their personal items, they carried cameras, measuring instruments, materials for making plaster casts, and sample containers for collecting any physical evidence they might discover. Dr. Thornfield had also brought along a small arsenal of medical supplies, including powerful sedatives and stimulants that might prove useful if they encountered the creatures responsible for Thomas Whitmore's death. Watson had insisted on carrying his service revolver, despite Holmes's preference for avoiding weapons, arguing that medical ethics required him to be prepared to defend human life if necessary. The morning air held a different quality as they approached the forest edge, sharper, more electric, as if the very atmosphere was charged with anticipation of what was to come. The great trees loomed larger somehow, their branches seeming to reach toward the investigators with something that might have been welcome, or might have been warning. Samuel Fletcher led them along a different path this time, one that would allow them to approach the stone circle from a new angle while still passing by the ancient oak where Thomas's body had been found. As they walked, Holmes questioned their guide about other unusual locations within the forest, building a comprehensive map of sites that might hold significance for their investigation. "There's Thornfield Beck," Samuel said, pointing with his blackthorn stick toward the sound of a running water somewhere in the forest depths. "The stream that feeds the village wells. It rises from springs deep in the forest, in places that have been sacred since before the Romans came. And there's the Whispering Grove, where the trees grow so close together that even at noon it's dark as twilight." Each location Samuel described seemed to add another piece to the puzzle Holmes was assembling in his remarkable mind. Watson could see his friend's expression growing more focused and determined, as they gathered information about the forest's hidden geography and ancient significance. When they reached the clearing where the great oak stood, Holmes immediately began a more systematic examination of the site than had been possible the previous day. Using his measuring instruments, he carefully recorded the dimensions and positions of the claw marks that scarred the ancient tree, noting details that spoke of incredible strength and precision. Watson observed the spacing of these marks. The creature that made them would have claws at least 6 inches long, set in paws or hands of extraordinary size, and noticed the depth of the gouges in this ancient bark. They were made with tremendous force, but also with deliberate control. Dr. Thornfield was conducting his own examination of the disturbed earth at the base of the tree, collecting soil samples that might contain traces of whatever had killed the gamekeeper. His scientific training was evident in the methodical way he documented each sample and its precise location within the clearing. "I'm finding additional traces of that unusual fur we examined yesterday," he reported. "But also something else. Fragments of what appears to be human clothing, torn to shreds and scattered throughout the area." This discovery added yet another layer of complexity to their investigation. If Thomas Whitmore had been wearing normal clothing when attacked, the presence of fabric fragments was to be expected, but the pattern of distribution and the violent nature of the tearing suggested forces beyond the capabilities of any ordinary predator. Holmes photographed the scene from multiple angles, using techniques he had developed for documenting crime scenes in London. But as Watson watched his friend work, he noticed that Holmes seemed increasingly troubled by what they were discovering. "The evidence continues to point toward intelligence and purpose," Holmes said quietly, studying the photographs through his magnifying glass. "This was not a random attack by a wild animal driven by hunger or territorial instinct. There was intention here, perhaps even ritual significance." As they prepared to continue their journey to the stone circle, Holmes paused for one final examination of the mysterious tracks that had so disturbed Thomas Whitmore. In the better light, and with more time for careful observation, the transformation from animal prints to something approaching human footprints was even more pronounced and unsettling. "Dr. Thornfield, based on your medical knowledge, is such a transformation anatomically possible? Could a creature's bone structure and musculature change so dramatically?" The physician studied the progression of tracks with the intense concentration of a man applying scientific principles to phenomena that challenged every aspect of his training. "Under normal circumstances, Mr. Holmes, such changes would be impossible. The structural modifications we observe here would require alterations to skeletal and muscular systems that could not occur without months or years of gradual adaptation. And yet the evidence is here before us," Watson pointed out. "The tracks exist. The transformation is documented. There must be an explanation, however unprecedented it might be." Holmes nodded slowly, his grey eyes reflecting the filtered forest light as he considered the implications of what they were observing. "Indeed, Watson, and I suspect that explanation lies waiting for us at the stone circle, in whatever forces or phenomena have been contained within that ancient monument for countless generations." The journey deeper into Blackwood Forest took them through terrain that seemed increasingly wild and untouched by human intervention. Here the trees grew so closely together that their branches formed a canopy, nearly impenetrable to sunlight, creating a cathedral of green shadow where sounds carried strangely and distances became difficult to judge. The path they followed was barely visible now, more of a game trail worn by the passage of forest creatures over countless seasons. Moss grew thick on the forest floor, muffling their footsteps and creating an almost supernatural silence that seemed to emphasize their intrusion into this ancient realm. As they walked, Watson became increasingly aware of the feeling that they were being observed. It wasn't anything he could identify specifically, no glimpses of movement in the shadows, no sounds that suggested pursuit, but rather an overwhelming sense of invisible eyes watching their progress with patient attention. "Holmes," he said quietly, "do you have the sensation that we are not alone in these woods?" Holmes paused in his steady progress along the narrow trail, his head tilted slightly as if listening to sounds beyond normal hearing. "Indeed I do, Watson, but I suspect we've been under observation since we first entered the forest. The question is whether that observation represents curiosity, caution, or something more threatening. Samuel Fletcher, who had been growing increasingly nervous as they ventured deeper into the woodland, now spoke up with obvious reluctance. "We're approaching the heart of the forest, gentlemen. Beyond this point, even the local hunters rarely venture. The game trails become confused, the landmarks unreliable, and the feeling of presence becomes much stronger." Dr. Thornfield had been collecting plant specimens as they walked, noting species that seemed unusually robust and somehow different from their counterparts in less wild settings. "There's something remarkable about the plant life in this deeper section of the forest," he observed. "The growth patterns, the size of the leaves, even the intensity of the colours, everything suggests an environment with properties we don't fully understand." Holmes examined one of the specimens Dr. Thornfield had collected, using his magnifying glass to study the cellular structure of a leaf that seemed to shimmer with its own internal light. "Fascinating. The plant matter shows characteristics that would normally require specific soil conditions and mineral content, yet we're finding these properties distributed throughout the forest, suggesting some form of environmental influence that affects all plant life in the area." The conversation was interrupted by a sound that made them all freeze in their tracks. A low, rumbling call that seemed to emanate from the very earth beneath their feet. It was similar to the howling they'd heard at the stone circle the previous day, but deeper, more resonant, carrying harmonics that seemed to vibrate in their bones and make the ancient trees around them sway despite the absence of any wind. The call was answered by others, creating a symphony of voices that surrounded them completely. The sounds came from all directions, ahead, behind, to their left and right, but always from just beyond the edge of visibility in the deep forest shadows. Samuel Fletcher gripped his blackthorn walking stick with white knuckles, his face pale with ancestral fear. "They know we're here," he whispered. "They're communicating about us." Holmes stood perfectly still in the centre of the narrow path, his head tilted as he listened to the chorus of wild voices with intense concentration. Watson could see his friend's expression shifting as he analysed the patterns and rhythms of the calls, applying his remarkable analytical abilities to this most unusual form of evidence. "There is indeed communication taking place," Holmes said quietly. "But I don't sense immediate threat in these sounds. Rather, I hear what might be described as consultation, as if our presence is being discussed, our intentions evaluated." The calling continued for several minutes, creating an otherworldly atmosphere that transformed the ancient forest into something from a dream or legend. When the sounds finally faded into the green silence, they left behind an air of expectation, as if some important decision had been reached and its consequences were about to unfold. "We should continue to the stone circle," Holmes said, his voice carrying the quiet authority that Watson had learned to trust in even the most unusual circumstances. "I believe whatever intelligence guides these creatures has chosen to allow our passage, at least for now." The final approach to the stone circle took them through the wildest section of Blackwood Forest, where the very air seemed thick with age and mystery. The trees here were ancient beyond measure, their trunks so massive and their branches so intertwined that they formed a living cathedral whose architecture had been shaped by centuries of growth and weather. When they finally emerged into the clearing where the 9 standing stones waited in their perfect circle, Watson felt a profound sense of homecoming, as if they had reached a destination that had been calling to them across vast distances of time and space. The monument appeared exactly as they had left it the previous day, yet somehow more alive, more present, as if their return had awakened forces that had been sleeping. Holmes moved immediately to the centre of the stone circle, where the mysterious tracks had vanished the day before. Now, in the clearer light of morning and with better equipment for observation, he began a systematic examination of every inch of ground within the ancient monument. "Watson, Doctor! Thornfield! Observe this carefully," he called, kneeling beside what appeared to be unmarked earth. "The tracks we saw yesterday have not simply vanished. They have been deliberately obscured, covered by someone or something with considerable skill." Using a soft brush from his investigation kit, Holmes carefully began to remove the thin layer of forest debris that had been scattered over the tracks. Gradually the mysterious prints reappeared, their transformation from animal paws to something approaching human feet even more pronounced than they had remembered. Dr. Thornfield documented each stage of the process with his camera, while Watson took careful measurements and made detailed sketches in his notebook. The scientific precision of their work seemed somehow incongruous in this ancient place of power, yet Holmes insisted that rigorous methodology was their best hope of understanding what they were dealing with. The deliberate concealment of these tracks suggests we are indeed being observed, Holmes said quietly, his voice carrying across the stone circle like a whisper in a cathedral. But more than that, it suggests whoever is watching us understands the significance of what we might discover and is taking steps to control that discovery. Samuel Fletcher remained at the edge of the stone circle, clearly reluctant to enter the space between the ancient monoliths. His weathered face showed the strain of lifelong warnings about this place, generations of folk wisdom that counselled against disturbing whatever forces dwelt within the ring of standing stones. "Mr. Holmes," he called from his position near the tree line, "the sun is moving toward afternoon, and we should consider what we plan to do as evening approaches. These woods, they change when darkness falls." Holmes looked up from his examination of the tracks, his grey eyes reflecting the filtered sunlight that fell through the forest canopy. "Mr. Fletcher raises an important point. We have gathered considerable evidence today, but I believe the most significant discoveries await us after sunset. Dr. Thornfield, are you still willing to join us for a night of observation?" The physician nodded, though Watson could see the apprehension in his manner. "Of course, Mr. Holmes. If we are to understand what killed Thomas Whitmore, we must be prepared to observe these phenomena under the conditions in which they naturally occur." Lord Ashworth had been examining the carved symbols on the standing stones with renewed interest, using Holmes's magnifying glass to study details that had been invisible in the previous day's dimmer light. Now he called their attention to a discovery that added yet another layer of complexity to their investigation. "Gentlemen, these carvings are not as ancient as we assumed. Look here, at the base of this stone, there are symbols that have been added more recently, carved with modern tools but following the same symbolic patterns as the original work." Holmes immediately moved to examine Lord Ashworth's discovery, his keen eyes taking in every detail of the newer carvings. The symbols were indeed different from the ancient spirals and interlocking circles that covered most of the monolith's surface, but they shared the same artistic sensibility and seemed to continue the narrative that the original carvers had begun millennia ago. "These additions appear to be perhaps 50 years old," Holmes observed, running his fingers lightly over the carved lines. "Someone with knowledge of the original symbolic language has been maintaining this monument, updating its messages or instructions for more recent generations." Watson joined them in examining the newer carvings, noting their placement at eye level where they would be easily visible to anyone entering the stone circle. "Holmes, do you think Thomas Whitmore might have discovered these symbols? Could his investigation have led him to understand something that made him dangerous to whoever is responsible for maintaining this place?" "It's entirely possible, Watson. A gamekeeper with intimate knowledge of the forest would eventually notice any human activity in this area, no matter how carefully it was concealed. And if that activity was connected to the forces that have killed once..." Holmes left the sentence unfinished, but Watson understood the implications. If Thomas Whitmore had discovered evidence of human involvement in the supernatural events surrounding Blackwood Forest, his death might have been as much about silencing a witness as about protecting ancient secrets. Dr. Thornfield had been collecting samples of the moss and lichen that grew on the standing stones, noting their unusual properties and robust health. "There's something remarkable about the plant life that surrounds this monument," he reported. "The growth patterns suggest soil conditions that would normally be found only in very specific geological settings, yet we're seeing them here in what should be ordinary Yorkshire earth. The stone circle may be affecting its immediate environment in ways we don't yet understand," Holmes suggested. "The ancient builders clearly chose this location for specific reasons, and those reasons may involve natural forces or phenomena that continue to operate today." As the afternoon progressed, and they continued their systematic examination of the stone circle, Watson became increasingly aware of subtle changes in the atmosphere around them. The light filtering through the forest canopy seemed to grow more golden, more charged with energy, and the silence between the great trees held qualities that made ordinary conversation feel like whispered confidences in a vast cathedral. The carved symbols on the standing stones appeared to shift and change as the light moved across their surfaces, creating the illusion that the ancient messages were alive, constantly rewriting themselves to communicate with anyone who possessed the knowledge to interpret their meaning. Watson found himself staring at the spiral patterns until his eyes began to water, as if the symbols were drawing his consciousness into their timeless dance. "Gentlemen," Holmes said suddenly, his voice sharp with discovery, "I believe I have found evidence of recent human activity within the circle." They gathered around Holmes, who was kneeling beside one of the standing stones where the earth showed subtle signs of disturbance. Using his brush and small tools, he carefully excavated a small area, revealing objects that had been deliberately buried at the base of the monument. The items were wrapped in oiled cloth and had been protected from moisture and decay. When Holmes carefully unwrapped them, they revealed a collection of objects that spoke of rituals and practices far older than Christian England, carved bone implements, stones marked with symbols that matched those on the monoliths, and small metal objects that seemed to be keys or talismans of some sort. "These have been placed here recently," Holmes observed, examining the objects with his magnifying glass. "The burial site shows no signs of long-term weathering, and the oiled cloth is of modern manufacture. Someone has been using this stone circle for ceremonial purposes, following traditions that connect directly to the monument's original purpose." Dr. Thornfield studied the bone implements with his medical training, noting their craftsmanship and apparent function. These appear to be tools designed for very specific anatomical procedures, not surgical instruments as we would understand them, but implements created for purposes that blur the line between medical intervention and ritual practice. Watson felt a chill as he considered the implications of the physician's observations. "Holmes, are you suggesting that someone has been conducting experiments here, attempting to recreate or control whatever forces have been responsible for the transformations we've observed?" "The evidence strongly suggests active human participation in events that we initially attributed to purely supernatural causes," Holmes replied. "But the relationship between human agency and the ancient forces that inhabit this place appears to be complex, possibly collaborative rather than simply exploitative." Samuel Fletcher had been growing increasingly agitated as the afternoon progressed and the shadows began to lengthen between the great trees. Now he approached the edge of the stone circle with obvious reluctance, his voice carrying urgent warning. "Gentlemen, we must leave this place soon. The sun is moving toward the horizon, and whatever dwells in these woods becomes active with the coming of darkness. If you truly intend to remain here tonight, you should at least allow me to return to the village and warn them of your intentions." Holmes considered this suggestion carefully, weighing the value of having their guide available against the risks of keeping him in potential danger. "Mr. Fletcher, I think that would be wise. Please return to the village and inform Mrs. Hartwell that we may not return until morning. If we fail to appear by noon tomorrow, she should contact the authorities in York and request assistance." The old man nodded gratefully, clearly relieved to be dismissed from participation in whatever vigil they planned to maintain through the night. As he prepared to leave the stone circle, he turned back to offer one final piece of advice, drawn from a lifetime of Yorkshire wisdom. "Remember, gentlemen, whatever you see tonight, whatever you hear, do not attempt to interfere directly with forces beyond your understanding. Observe, document if you must, but do not try to control or confront things that have existed since before human memory." As Samuel Fletcher disappeared into the forest shadows, following the narrow path back toward the safety of Blackwood village, the three remaining investigators settled into their preparations for a night of observation at the ancient stone circle. Holmes arranged their equipment systematically, ensuring that cameras and measuring instruments were positioned for optimal documentation of any phenomena that might occur. Dr. Thornfield prepared his medical supplies in specimen containers, while Watson checked his service revolver and made certain that their reserve supplies of food and water were easily accessible. The practical nature of these preparations provided a comforting contrast to the increasingly otherworldly atmosphere that was settling over the ancient monument as evening approached. The forest around them began to come alive with the sounds of nocturnal creatures stirring to wakefulness. Owls called from the great oaks, their voices creating haunting harmonies that seemed to resonate with the standing stones themselves. Somewhere in the distance, they could hear the rustle of larger forms moving through the undergrowth with the confident stride of predators claiming their domain for the night. "Gentlemen," Holmes said quietly as the last golden rays of sunlight filtered through the forest canopy, "we are about to witness phenomena that may challenge every assumption we've made about the natural world. I ask that you observe carefully, document thoroughly, and reserve judgment until we have gathered sufficient evidence to support any conclusions." As darkness settled over Blackwood Forest like a vast velvet cloak, the stone circle began to reveal properties that had been invisible in daylight. The ancient monoliths seemed to glow with their own internal light, a soft phosphorescence that made the carved symbols appear to move and shift in the darkness. The air within the circle took on a quality that was almost tangible, charged with energy that made the investigators' skin tingle and their hair stand on end. Watson felt his rational mind struggling to process what his senses were reporting. The boundary between reality and dream seemed to blur as the ancient forces that dwelt within the stone circle began to stir from their daytime slumber. Yet Holmes remained focused and alert, his scientific training providing an anchor of rationality in an increasingly surreal environment. The first clear sign that they were no longer alone came as a distant howling that echoed through the forest depths. But unlike the calls they had heard during their previous visits, these sounds carried a quality of anticipation, as if whatever creatures produced them were gathering for some significant event. "The lunar cycle," Dr. Thornfield whispered, consulting a small astronomical calendar he had brought with him. "We are now only 3 days from the new moon, the same phase during which Thomas Whitmore was killed." Holmes nodded, his grey eyes reflecting the strange phosphorescence of the standing stones. "The timing appears to be significant. Whatever forces we are dealing with, they seem to operate according to celestial patterns that were understood and incorporated into this monument by its original builders." As the night deepened and the stars became visible through gaps in the forest canopy, the stone circle continued to manifest increasingly unusual phenomena. The ground within the monument began to show the faint outlines of tracks, not the clear prints they had observed in daylight, but ghostly impressions that appeared and disappeared like reflections on disturbed water. The air filled with sounds that seemed to come from impossible directions, whispers that arose from the earth itself, musical tones that resonated from the carved stones, and distant voices that spoke in languages older than recorded history. Watson found himself straining to understand words that seemed familiar, yet remained just beyond the reach of comprehension. "Holmes," he said quietly, "do you hear what sounds like human voices mixed with the other sounds?" Holmes tilted his head, listening with the intense concentration Watson had observed when his friend was analysing complex auditory evidence. "Indeed, Watson, there are definitely human voices among the sounds we're hearing, but they seem to be speaking in coordination with the other phenomena, as if human and non-human intelligences are participating together in whatever is taking place." Dr. Thornfield was documenting everything with his camera and notebook, though Watson wondered how much of what they were experiencing could be captured by conventional recording methods. The physician's medical training seemed to be serving him well in maintaining scientific objectivity, despite the increasingly surreal nature of their observations. The climax of their vigil came near midnight, when the phenomena within the stone circle reached an intensity that challenged their ability to remain objective observers. The phosphorescent glow of the monoliths brightened until the carved symbols appeared to burn with cold fire, and the air itself seemed to ripple like water disturbed by stones thrown from an invisible hand. At the centre of the circle, where the mysterious tracks had repeatedly appeared and vanished, the earth began to show clear signs of disturbance. But this time the investigators could observe the process as it occurred, watching as impressions formed in the soft soil, creating the progression of prints that transformed from animal paws to something approaching human feet. "Extraordinary," Holmes breathed, his scientific fascination overcoming any fear he might have felt at witnessing such impossible phenomena. We are observing the physical manifestation of forces that exist at the boundary between dimensions of reality. But as they watched in fascination, the investigators became aware that they were no longer alone in the stone circle. Figures began to emerge from the forest shadows, tall, graceful forms that moved with fluid motion between the standing stones. In the phosphorescent glow, it was impossible to determine whether these beings were human, animal, or something that transcended such simple categories. The newcomers arranged themselves around the perimeter of the circle, their presence adding to the energy that charged the ancient monument. They made no threatening moves toward the investigators, but their attention was clearly focused on the phenomena occurring at the circle's centre. Watson felt his hand move instinctively toward his revolver, but Holmes caught his wrist with a gentle but firm grip. "No, Watson. We are observers here, witnesses to forces and intelligences that have existed far longer than human civilization. Our role is to understand, not to interfere." As the night progressed, the investigators found themselves witnessing what could only be described as a transformation ritual of unprecedented complexity. The beings around the circle began to move in patterns that seemed choreographed by instincts older than conscious memory, while the phenomena at the monument's centre intensified until the boundary between physical and metaphysical reality seemed to dissolve entirely. At the climax of the ritual, one of the figures stepped forward into the circle's centre, and in the phosphorescent glow of the ancient stones, the investigators watched as the being underwent a transformation that challenged everything they thought they knew about the nature of living creatures. The figure's form seemed to flow like liquid, shifting from human shape to something more primal, more connected to the wild forces that governed the ancient forest. The process was gradual but unmistakable, a demonstration of possibilities that existed beyond the boundaries of conventional biology. "We are witnessing the actual phenomenon that has given rise to the werewolf legends," Holmes said quietly, his voice filled with wonder at the scientific implications of what they were observing. "But this is not the supernatural curse of folklore. This is a natural capability that has been preserved and practiced by beings who understand forces that our modern science has yet to discover." Dr. Thornfield was documenting every stage of the transformation process, his medical training providing a framework for understanding what they were witnessing, even as it challenged every assumption he had made about anatomy and physiology. The structural changes we're observing would require modifications to skeletal and muscular systems that shouldn't be possible, yet we're seeing them occur in real time. As dawn approached and the phenomena within the stone circle began to subside, the beings who had gathered for the ritual gradually melted back into the forest shadows. But before departing, one of them approached the three investigators, a tall figure whose form seemed to shift between human and something wilder, more elemental. The being spoke in a voice that seemed to carry the whisper of wind through ancient leaves, using English that was archaic but clearly understandable. "You have witnessed what few of your kind have seen and lived to remember. The compact between our peoples has been maintained for generations, but recent violations have threatened the balance that keeps both worlds safe." Holmes stepped forward, his manner respectful but unafraid. "We come seeking to understand the death of Thomas Whitmore and to prevent further violence between our peoples." The being's form solidified into something more recognizably human, revealing features that were refined and ageless, with eyes that held depths of ancient wisdom. The gamekeeper discovered evidence of those who would exploit our gifts for their own purposes. He died defending secrets that protect both human and lycanthrope from those who would use our abilities for evil. "Lycanthrope," Watson repeated quietly, the clinical term somehow making the impossible seem more manageable. "You are shapeshifters, beings capable of transformation between human and animal forms." "We are the children of two worlds," the being replied, "keepers of ancient knowledge that your civilization has chosen to forget. The stone circles throughout your lands mark places where the boundaries between worlds grow thin, where transformations can occur safely and the balance can be maintained." Dr. Thornfield leaned forward, his scientific curiosity overcoming any fear. How is such transformation possible? What biological mechanisms allow for such radical structural changes? The lycanthrope regarded the physician with something that might have been amusement. Your science measures only a small portion of what exists, healer. There are forces that flow through all living things, energies that can be shaped and directed by those who understand their nature. The ancient stones focus these forces, making possible what your limited understanding calls impossible. Holmes had been listening to this exchange with intense concentration, his remarkable mind already beginning to formulate theories that could accommodate what they had witnessed within a framework of expanded scientific understanding. You mention violations of ancient compacts. Are there humans who have been attempting to exploit your abilities? The lycanthrope's expression grew darker, and for a moment their form seemed to shift towards something more predatory. There are always those who would steal power they have not earned, who would use gifts meant for harmony to sow discord and violence. Thomas Whitmore discovered evidence of such activities in your human settlements, preparations for rituals that would force transformation upon the unwilling. Forced transformation, Watson asked, horrified by the implications. The violation of natural law, the corruption of sacred gifts for purposes of domination and control. Such practices inevitably lead to madness and death, creating creatures that belong fully to neither world and threaten the safety of both. The conversation was interrupted by the gradual return of normal daylight to the forest, the phosphorescent glow of the standing stones fading as the sun climbed higher above the Yorkshire countryside. The lycanthrope began to retreat toward the forest shadows, but paused to deliver one final warning. The danger is not past. Those who killed your gamekeeper continue their experiments, and they grow bolder with each success. If the balance is to be maintained, if both our peoples are to survive, then the corruption must be stopped before it spreads beyond our ability to contain it. As the being vanished into the forest depths, the three investigators found themselves alone once again in the stone circle, surrounded by evidence of the night's extraordinary events, but struggling to process the full implications of what they had experienced. Holmes was the first to break the contemplative silence that had settled over the monument. Gentlemen, we have witnessed phenomena that require us to expand our understanding of what is possible in this world. But we have also been presented with a very practical problem that demands our immediate attention. Watson nodded, his military training helping him focus on the tactical implications of what they had learned. If there are humans attempting to force lycanthropic transformation, then we're dealing with criminals who possess knowledge of forces that could threaten far more than just the local population. Dr. Thornfield was examining his notes and photographs, trying to document their experience in terms that would be meaningful to other scientists. The medical implications alone are staggering. If transformation between human and animal forms is actually possible through some form of energy manipulation, then our understanding of biology and anatomy needs fundamental revision. All true, Holmes agreed, but our immediate concern must be identifying and stopping whoever killed Thomas Whitmore to protect their illegal experiments. The lycanthrope's warning suggests that the danger is ongoing and may be escalating. As they packed their equipment and prepared to leave the stone circle, Watson found himself looking back at the ancient monument with new appreciation for its significance. What he'd initially seen as primitive stone carvings now revealed themselves as sophisticated markers of knowledge and power that had been preserved across millennia. The journey back through Blackwood Forest took on an entirely different character in the morning light. The great trees no longer seemed mysterious and threatening, but rather protective, sheltering ancient secrets that required careful guardianship. The sounds of the woodland, bird calls, rustling leaves, the distant splash of running water, created a symphony of natural harmony that spoke of balance maintained across countless generations. When they emerged from the forest and caught sight of Blackwood village in the valley below, Watson felt a profound sense of having crossed some invisible boundary, of returning from a realm where different laws governed reality to the familiar world of human civilization. Yet he carried with him the knowledge that the two worlds were more closely connected than most people would ever imagine. Mrs. Hartwell greeted their return with obvious relief, her motherly concern evident in the way she immediately began preparing food and hot tea for the weary investigators. but Watson could see that their hostess was also burning with curiosity about what they had discovered during their night in the forest. "We heard such sounds last night, gentlemen," she said, as she bustled around the common room setting out plates and cups. "Howling and calling that went on for hours, but different somehow from the usual night sounds. More purposeful, if you take my meaning." Holmes accepted a cup of tea gratefully, the warmth helping to dispel the chill that had settled into his bones during their long vigil. "Mrs. Hartwell, what can you tell us about strangers who might have visited the area recently? People from outside Yorkshire who have shown unusual interest in local folklore or historical sites." The innkeeper paused in her preparations, her expression growing thoughtful and concerned. "Now that you mention it, there have been some odd visitors over the past few months. City folk mostly, but not the usual tourists. They asked peculiar questions about the old stories, wanted to know about the stone circle and the locations of other ancient sites in the area." Watson leaned forward with interest. "Can you describe these visitors? How many were there, and did they give any indication of their purpose in coming here?" "3 or 4 different groups, Doctor," Watson, though they might have been connected somehow. All well-dressed, educated types, but with an intensity about them that made the villagers uncomfortable. They paid well for information and seemed particularly interested in stories about transformations. Holmes's attention sharpened immediately. What sort of information were they seeking about transformations? Details about the old legends mostly, but also practical things. When such events were said to occur, what locations were considered significant? Whether there were any local families with special knowledge of the old ways. They seemed less interested in dismissing the stories as superstition than in treating them as historical records. Dr. Thornfield had been listening to this conversation while examining the photographs he had taken during the night, using a magnifying glass to study details that might have been missed in the extraordinary circumstances of their observation. "Mrs. Hartwell, did any of these visitors show interest in medical or scientific aspects of the local legends?" "Indeed they did, Doctor. One gentleman in particular asked detailed questions about injuries that had been attributed to unusual attacks over the years. He wanted to know about wound patterns, recovery rates, whether there had been any survivors who might be interviewed about their experiences. The implications of this line of inquiry were deeply disturbing. If the visitors had been gathering information about lycanthropic attacks with the goal of understanding the transformation process, then their activities represented a level of premeditation and scientific method that made them far more dangerous than random criminals." Holmes rose from his chair and moved to the window that faced toward the forest, his sharp profile silhouetted against the morning light. "Mrs. Hartwell, are any of these visitors still in the area? Have you seen them recently?" "Not for several weeks now, Mr. Holmes, but—" She paused, her expression troubled. "There have been reports of lights seen in the forest at night, moving in patterns that don't seem natural. And old Samuel Fletcher mentioned seeing strangers on the moor roads, travelling after dark in ways that suggest they know the area well." Watson felt the pieces of the puzzle beginning to come together in his mind. "Holmes, it sounds as though we're dealing with organised individuals who have been conducting systematic research into lycanthropic phenomena, possibly for months or even years." "Indeed, Watson, and if their activities have progressed to the point of attempting forced transformations, then Thomas Whitmore's death may have been just the beginning of a much larger pattern of violence and exploitation." Dr. Thornfield looked up from his examination of the night's photographs with an expression of growing alarm. "Gentlemen, if these individuals have discovered methods for inducing lycanthropic transformation against a subject's will, then they possess capabilities that could threaten the entire balance between human civilization and the natural world." Holmes turned from the window, his grey eyes bright with the focused intensity that Watson recognised as his friend's analytical mind operating at peak efficiency. "Then we must act quickly to identify these individuals and put an end to their activities before they cause irreparable harm to both human and lycanthropic communities." The remainder of the morning was spent in systematic planning and preparation for what Holmes characterised as the most unusual and potentially dangerous investigation of their careers. They would need to identify the base of operations being used by the mysterious visitors, determine the extent of their knowledge and capabilities, and find a way to stop their activities without exposing the existence of the lycanthropic community to the broader world. Lord Ashworth arrived at the inn shortly before noon, his manner showing the strain of a sleepless night spent worrying about the safety of the investigators who had ventured into his family's ancient woodland. His relief at finding them safe was evident, but it was quickly replaced by concern as Holmes outlined what they had discovered during their vigil at the stone circle. "Mr. Holmes, are you telling me that the werewolf legends of my ancestors were based on encounters with actual shape-shifting beings who have been living in Blackwood Forest for centuries?" "The evidence strongly supports that conclusion, Lord Ashworth. But more importantly, for our immediate purposes, we have learned that there are humans who are attempting to exploit and corrupt the natural abilities of these beings for their own purposes." Lord Ashworth sank into one of the inn's worn leather chairs, his weathered face pale with the shock of having his worldview fundamentally altered. "And you believe these criminals were responsible for Thomas's death?" Thomas discovered evidence of their activities and died protecting secrets that could have exposed not only the lycanthropic community, but also the forced transformation experiments being conducted by the criminals. We must find them before they claim additional victims. Dr. Thornfield had been organising his notes and photographs into a systematic record of their investigation, creating a scientific document that captured the extraordinary nature of their discoveries, while maintaining enough skepticism to avoid immediate dismissal by conventional authorities. "The challenge we face," the physician observed, "is how to pursue criminals whose activities involve phenomena that most people would consider impossible. Traditional law enforcement methods may prove inadequate to the task," Holmes nodded grimly, "which is why we must rely on unconventional methods and extraordinary allies. The lycanthrope who spoke with us at the stone circle indicated that their people have been monitoring the situation. Perhaps it's time to forge a more active partnership between human and lycanthropic investigators." The afternoon was spent in detailed planning and reconnaissance, with Holmes and Watson travelling to the surrounding countryside to investigate reports of strange lights and suspicious activities that might indicate the location of the criminals' base of operations. Lord Ashworth provided them with detailed maps of the area and letters of introduction to local landowners who might have observed unusual activities on their properties. Dr. Thornfield remained at the inn, continuing his analysis of the evidence they had gathered, and preparing medical supplies that might prove necessary if their investigation led to confrontations with dangerous individuals. His scientific training was proving invaluable in developing strategies for documenting and countering phenomena that existed at the boundaries of conventional understanding. As evening approached and they prepared for what might prove to be the culminating phase of their investigation, Watson found himself reflecting on the extraordinary journey that had brought them from the familiar confines of Baker Street to this remote Yorkshire village, where ancient mysteries intersected with modern crimes in ways that challenged everything he thought he knew about the world. "Holmes," he said as they checked their equipment one final time, "regardless of how this investigation concludes, we have witnessed phenomena that will require us to reconsider fundamental assumptions about the nature of reality itself." Holmes looked up from the detailed map he had been studying, his grey eyes reflecting the lamplight with an intensity that spoke of intellectual excitement despite the dangers they were about to face. "Indeed, Watson, but isn't that the true purpose of investigation, to push beyond the boundaries of current knowledge and discover truths that expand our understanding of what is possible?" As darkness settled once again over Blackwood Forest, and the ancient stone circle began to glow with its mysterious phosphorescence, the investigators prepared to venture forth into a night that would test not only their courage and ingenuity, but their very conception of the world they thought they knew. The moon hung thin and pale above the Yorkshire countryside, its silver light filtering through the perpetual mist that seemed to rise from the earth itself in this ancient corner of England. In the distance, Blackwood Forest loomed like a vast shadow against the star-filled sky, its depths holding secrets that had been whispered through generations of storytellers and preserved in the carved stones of monuments older than recorded history. Tonight would bring revelations that would forever change their understanding of the delicate balance between the world of human civilization and the older, wilder forces that had never truly been tamed by progress and rational thought. And in that revelation, they would discover that truth, as Holmes had always insisted, was indeed stranger than any fiction their imaginations could conceive. The investigation that had begun with the simple mystery of a gamekeeper's death had evolved into something far more complex and significant, a gateway to understanding that the world contained wonders and terrors that challenged every assumption about what was possible in this age of steam and scientific enlightenment. As they stepped out into the mysterious Yorkshire night, guided by ancient wisdom and driven by the relentless pursuit of truth, Holmes, Watson, and their allies moved toward a confrontation that would determine not only their own fate, but the future of two worlds that had coexisted in fragile harmony for countless generations. The story of Sherlock Holmes and the Werewolf of Blackwood Forest had become something far greater than any of them had anticipated, a testament to the enduring power of curiosity, courage, and the unshakable belief that understanding, however difficult or dangerous to achieve, was always preferable to ignorance, no matter how comfortable that ignorance might be. In the quiet moments before action, as the investigators made their final preparations for whatever awaited them in the ancient forest, the Yorkshire countryside held its breath, and time itself seemed to pause in anticipation of revelations that would bridge the gap between legend and reality, between the possible and the impossible, between the world as it appeared to be and the world as it truly was. And in that pause, in that moment of perfect stillness between the known and the unknown, the story reached its natural conclusion, not with answers to every question, but with a profound understanding that some mysteries were meant to be lived rather than simply solved, and that the greatest adventures were those that left the participants forever changed by the truths they had discovered in the depths of England's most ancient and mysterious places. The mist swirled gently through the village streets of Blackwood, carrying with it the sense of wood smoke and wild things, of ancient stones and timeless secrets, of a world where magic and reality danced together in the silver moonlight, forever and always, in the dreams of those who dared to venture beyond the boundaries of the ordinary and into the realm where stories became truth, and legends walked the earth in forms both beautiful and terrible. That's the end of tonight's journey. Are you listening from the quiet hills of Edinburgh, the glowing streets of Seoul, the misty shores of Vancouver, or the lantern-lit nights of Marrakesh? If this tale brought you peace, like the story and subscribe for more twilight wanderings. Wrap yourself in warmth, let your thoughts drift, and rest easy. Wherever you are in the world, sleep well, and until next time.